Edit. Well, I asked just because I was curious because like in like the Bastion one, like it's just a little on the sad side with Willow Blossom. It's always necessary. Well, I mean, she said it wasn't something to be taken lightly, and that and then she volunteered. But I don't trust the Winter Queen. I'm not gonna lie. Well, that's because she said it was like, didn't she say it was like her sister's pet or something like that? So it sounds like she's not. It sounds like she's not on good grounds with her sister. I, yeah, isn't Ysera from Elune? So it could be. So maybe she's the, I don't know. It could be a power struggle there too. So I don't trust the Winter Queen in all honesty. I feel like there's something more there. You can't trust cold-hearted queens. It's gonna turn out she's packing a sausage. She's actually the king of Ardenweld. All those decades of leading, or centuries and millennia of leading, he finally decided, he's like, you know what? I'd rather be the queen. I want to be the queen of these fairies. Why is this page taking so long? Well, yeah, man. Well, once again, you know, look at how she dealt with the anima drought or whatnot. She sent soldiers basically to Cold Groves. It's like she didn't even give them notification it would be happening. Like it just seems like she just sent a military force, and that just seems ruthless to me. But I mean, like she made an appearance, and he's clearly willing to give himself for her, kind of a thing. So why didn't she just go to them herself? Especially if it's hurting her that much. Okay, so that's done now. I got that saved. Not actually physically going to game. You st- I still think that would be the biggest thing to me still to this day. If they were to be like, if we could add something in game for you, do you want like a pet? Do you want like that? Do you want like a little NPC? That's all I would say. Literally, it's as easy as that. Like, Like there would be. I just need you to go to the Wrathy Highlands and change that E to an A, my friend. An E to an A. That seems to be looking pretty good there, so let's go ahead and get in here. Go stuck. What do I got going here? Ascendant Strike, Keen Insight, Leap of Faith, so an Archon's Blessing. I can't tell how it's going because it looks like it's just freezing. On my video on my phone's just freezing, so I can't tell if it's actually running. Can someone check the stream? I don't know why it's doing this. Okay, don't put that on me. Because maybe it's just my phone has it like frozen. Because I really don't want to do footage and it be glitched. I got 23 medallions, so I could probably do all 4 videos today. Hmm. Let's see, settings. Is there a huge amount of delay here? My character hasn't even started moving yet. It seems like a fair amount of delay, but at least it doesn't look choppy. So, uh, Thank you so much for once again joining me today on the Path of Ascension. Today we will be working on the achievement. Thank you so much for once again joining me today on our Path of Ascension. Today we will be doing the achievement Bastion of Protection. So this requires us to do Calcine and Craven Corinth using the Spirit Forged Aegis. The reason why I've chosen to do this is my weekly quest for Path of Ascension is actually to do any fight with Clea. So with this, since I have that, I figured go ahead and knock out. And these two can be done on any difficulty, so you don't have to do it on loyalty. You can choose courage. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to come over here. We're going to choose Calcine. We're going to choose courage. I've already chosen Clea, so normally you'd have to come over here. Clea would be right here. You choose Clea. For my equipment, since I have to use the Spirit Forged Aegis, we come over here. We click the Spirit Forged Aegis. And then for this, of course, our main DPS is going to be coming from Ascended Strike. We're going to be using Keen Insight whenever we can because there's no ads. We don't have to hold on to it. The Leap of Faith, we're going to be using that to jump on top of her and slow her down. And then we're going to backpedal while doing Ascended Strike to kind of minimize the amount of damage she can do since she's mostly melee. And then, of course, we'll use Archon's Blessing to do a huge amount of damage when it's safe to do so. And, of course, during the phase where she is up in the air, we're going to be using our equipment, which will be the Spirit Forged Aegis, because we're going to have to eat the damage. We can't, unfortunately, avoid it like we did with Pelagos. So the things to keep an eye out here are the Tethering Leash, which she'll throw out about 3 times before she gets to her second phase where she'll fly up. What will happen is she'll do a swirly, so let's say the swirly's here. She'll throw a spear, it'll hit, and it will link a chain to us that slows our movement speed. So what we're going to do as we backpedal from the middle of the fight, we're going to backpedal from there all the way back to here. And then once she goes to throw it, we're going to hit her with the Heroic Leap again, if it's not off cooldown. And then we're going to backpedal the opposite direction, so that way the spear is this way, so it should even us out, because I don't want a whole bunch of spears pulling me in one direction, so that way I can continue backpedaling and doing damage and not having to worry about going into the swirly, which will do damage. I don't know how I felt about that explanation. John, hush. Put on a shirt. John, I'm once again, man, I'm trying to make a guide and you're yelling, which is going to be picked up by the mic. And you're shirtless in my background. Ascended Barrage. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so once again, thank you everyone for coming and joining me today for the Path of Ascension. We will be doing 2 fights with Clea today. We will be doing Calistine and Craven Corinth, because we do have the weekly to win 1 fight with Calistine, and we'll be doing Bastion of Protection, where we have to use the Spirit Forged Aegis to defeat them. This can be done on Courage difficulty, so you don't have to stress yourself out and go Loyalty. In the fight, since we're going to be doing Calistine, you'll come over here to your Soul Mirror. You come down here to Calistine, choose Courage. If you haven't already chose Clea, you come over here. I've already done so. And then for our equipment, you come over here, and then you choose Spirit Forged Aegis. So for Calistine, there's 2 abilities you have to watch out for during this fight. The first one is Tethering Leash, where she throws a spear to a location which will be normally under your feet, and you'll have a swirly. You'll want to move out of that. What will happen is the spear will hit the swirly, and a chain will link you to it, which will slowly over time drag you into it. So you want to make sure to be moving away from it. The other ability is Ascended Barrage. She'll fly up into the air in her current position, and she'll start lobbing area of effect spears that do a large amount of damage. So normally with Pelagos, we'd avoid it, do everything, or we'd use the Herald's Foot pads to do it. But in this case, we're going to have to eat it using our Spirit Forged Aegis. If I can still move, because normally she'll do 3 tetherings at that point, and you cannot move. If I can still move, I'll avoid what I can. If not, we'll of course use the Aegis. It is a directional shield, so I would make sure to point this towards the direction she's throwing from, just to be safe, so that way you're not like, oh man, I'm protected, and she's hitting you from this direction. So I'd point it towards her. For the fight, we of course will be using Ascended Strike. That will be our main damage. It is a frontal, and we'll be slowing her using Leap of Faith, so we can backpedal and continue doing this to her. For our number 2, we have Keen Insight, which will allow me to retaliate against any incoming melee that she does, so that way we can do that. And of course, Leap of Faith to slow her down. Our Archon's Blessing, that gives us some interesting abilities. So this increases the damage of our Ascended Strike by 200%. It will make it kill all adds if there were any, but unfortunately Calistine does not, and it will give you 10% crit per enemy. And of course, every time you Leap of Faith, it will reset the cooldown, so you can continue moving her around and doing what you need to do so that you can nuke her down. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell, and just like you, do the same. Go ahead and subscribe, ring the bell for notifications, leave a like, leave a comment. Let me know what kind of content you're interested in, and let's get this going. So we're going to start off by Leaping of Faithing right on top of her to get that slowing effect right off the bat. And then I'm going to start backpedaling, so that way I can maximize my damage here. So you see how she slowed there, she can't reach me. Here comes the first Tethering Spear. Only bad thing is I'm not generating energy, so let's backpedal here. I have to move over slightly here. You're gonna follow me. Not generating any energy without meleeing her, so that's kind of a problem. So let's go ahead and we're gonna do that. And this will balance us out here, so now we can just sit here and take it. There it comes. I'm going to wait till the first swirly's on my feet. There it is. I think we did that early. I wonder... Okay. I almost feel like the backpedaling strategy does not work for her. Oh, okay, thank you so much for once again joining me today on the Path of Ascension. We will be doing Calistine on Courage difficulty, because we will be doing the Bastion of Protection achievement. It requires you to use Clea to defeat Calistine and Craven Corinth with the Spirit Forged Aegis equipped. So the first thing you'll do is you come over here to your Soul Mirror, go over to Calistine, choose Courage. The second thing, you come over here and you choose Clea. So choose Clea. And then we come over here, we choose our Spirit Forged Aegis. So for this, our main damaging ability, of course, is Ascended Strike. We'll be using Keen Insight to help mitigate damage and do more to her so we can melee her. Leap of Faith, we'll be using that to get away from the chains. And Archon's Blessing when it is up, so that way we can increase our damage of our abilities because it adds 200% to Ascended Strike. It makes it where Keen Insight, if it kills adds, it gives you 10% crit. There are no adds for this, but it will do damage. And then, of course, we will do Leap of Faith. We're going to try to do that to get away from her chains, so that way we can mitigate the damage when she goes into her Ascended Barrage. So the two abilities is she does Tethering Leash. She'll do a swirly under your feet, and then, of course, it will link a chain to you that slowly drags you back to the swirly. You'll take damage standing in it, so you want to make sure to get away from that. The other is after she casts 2, she'll normally have Ascended Strike about 10 seconds, maybe more like 15 after that. She'll go into the air, and then she'll normally do a third tethering. That's probably a good chance for you to leap away, so that way it can mitigate the incoming, because you're going to have to use the Aegis, but the Aegis isn't up long enough to mitigate all of it. So you got to be careful about that, or it will wreck you. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell, and just like you, go ahead and ring the bell for notifications. Subscribe, leave a like, leave a comment. Let me know what kind of content you want to see. If you want to see me do any fights, let me know. Let's go ahead. We're just going to go ham right here. Let's get out of the swirly. I'm going to kite her directly backwards. I'm going to let that balance me out. Oh, interesting. So leaping away actually broke her chains, which is weird. It's not normally like that, so that might be a glitch. Just to say we did it. We won as Clea. So we now should have progress towards that, and that is the fight. So make sure that you're, of course, using your Ascended Strike as often as you can. Keen Insight to mitigate, to do more damage to it. It really doesn't do any mitigation, but it allows you to retaliate and do more damage. You don't really need to slow her, because she's melee and you need to be able to hit her, and if you're kiting her, you know, I wasn't really generating energy when I felt like I was kiting her in another fight. And leap when she's about to do her third spear. For whatever reason, it broke the other two. That might be a glitch. Don't rely on that, but you can do that to at least get away from it. That way, if it starts dragging you back, you can use kind of that to your benefit and kind of go with the chain to avoid some of it. And that is the fight with Callisline. I think I just glitched that fight, Ree. I leaped when she did her tethering chain and it broke the other two. I don't think that was supposed to happen. Well, I mean, it's kind of in the video. It's kind of like unavoidable. Either that or you're meant to do that and it's meant to break the chains. That you can range them. Or the fact that I did such a large movement suddenly that it broke them. I don't know. I'll make, I've said in the guide that that's not intended. So, thank you once again for joining me today on the Path of Ascension. We, of course, are doing the Bastion of Protection. This is part 2 of this video. If you haven't already seen part 1 against Callisline, do look at the other video. So in this, we're going to come over to our Soul Mirror here. We're going to come down to Craven Corinth. We're going to do it on Courage because it doesn't have to be done on a harder difficulty. You can do this on Courage. You're going to come over to Clea. You're going to choose The Path Awaits You. I don't know why I said you'll choose The Path Awaits You. That is my bad. And then, of course, we have to choose the Spirit Forged Aegis. So for this, the boss has two main abilities. The main is he will warp to the center here and he will start casting out lines of blood. He'll do 3 casts of that. The first 2 will do segments that you can stand in between for safe zones. The third one will cover about 75% of the stage, so you want to make sure to get as close to the boss as possible. Since you're Clea, you're already going to be doing this. The other part is he'll cover 75%, so you want to make sure to pass into that safe zone. If it hits you, it will do a large amount of damage. The second ability is he will teleport behind one of the pillars and have an anima orb that he'll start consuming. This will heal him over time, so you want to make sure to get to him as quickly as possible. And then, of course, DPS the anima orb down and him. So in this case, we'll of course be using our Ascended Strike as often as we can, because it does most of it. It's going to do all your damage pretty much. Keen Insight to retaliate against every attack he does. He is a melee. And then, of course, Leap of Faith will be using that, so that way we can leap to him and his Anima Orb, and we'll use Ascended Strike to quickly destroy it. And, of course, Archon's Blessing, which does a buff to all 3 of the abilities, gives you 200% on your Ascended Strike, if I can talk. It makes it destroy non-boss enemies immediately, giving you 10% crit, so we'll probably try to keep that up so we can use that with the Orb. And then, of course, Leap of Faith is instantly on cooldown, is reset, so when you use it. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to ring the bell, and just like you, do the same. That way you can see when I go live with notifications. You can also subscribe, leave a like, leave a comment. Let me know what content you're interested in seeing, if you want to see any fights or any kind of strategies used, or just ask me questions. I'm always glad to help. So let's go ahead and get started here on Craven Corinth. I'm going to go ahead and leap to him. Whoops, we didn't leap. He's behind me for some reason. Might actually have to kite him a little bit here. I can't see his blood effects. Lovely. That was weird. That was kind of a glitch there. That shouldn't have happened. I think it's Fan of Desolation's name. Thank you so much for once again joining me today for the Path of Ascension. This is part 2 of our guide to get Bastion of Protection. We, of course, will be facing off against Craven Corinth. So you come over here, you choose Craven Corinth. This can be done on Courage difficulty, so you don't have to stress yourself out on a harder difficulty. We'll be taking Clea. So you come over here, you grab Clea. You come over here, you will have to select the Spirit Forged Aegis. So for this fight, the boss has 2 mechanics. He, of course, does melee damage, so he's going to melee you, do a bunch of damage. The 2 things you have to watch out for are Fan of Desolation. He'll teleport there to the center of the stage, and he'll do lines of blood in all directions. There are gaps in between them for safe zones. He does this for 2 casts. On the 3rd cast, he will cover about 75% of the stage, and the other 25% is the safe zone. So during the first 2 casts, you want to get as close to him as possible, so that way when he does the 3rd cast, you can just pass through him and continue DPSing him. So in this fight, we'll be using Ascended Strike. That is our main source of DPS. We'll be using Keen Insight to retaliate against any attacks that he does. We'll be doing Leap of Faith, so that way we can kind of kite him around, get to him, and do damage. I messed that up. Okay. Once again, thank you so much for joining me today on the Path of Ascension. Today we are doing part 2 of our Bastion of Protection. We have to go up against Craven Corinth with the Spirit Forged Aegis. So you come over here, you go down to Craven Corinth right here, choose Courage. It can be done on Courage. It does not require loyalty or a harder difficulty, so don't stress yourself out. Come over here and choose Clea. I have already done that. And then, of course, you'll come over here to your equipment, choose Spirit Forged Aegis. So the boss has 2 mechanics that you do have to do. The first one is Fan of Desolation. He'll teleport here to the center of the stage, and he'll do lines of blood in all directions. There are safe zones in between them. This will be for the first 2 casts. The 3rd cast, he does 75% of the stage. You want to pass through him into the safe zone and continue DPS him. The second ability is he will teleport behind one of the pillars, summon an Anima Orb, and start consuming it, which will heal him. And then for the way we're going to fight him is, of course, your main damage is Ascended Strike. We will be using Keen Insight to retaliate against his strikes. And we'll be Leaping of Faithing him, so that way we can slow him down and kind of kite him around a little bit to mitigate his damage. He is a melee, but he does a lot of melee damage. And then whenever we get Archon's Blessing, we'll be using that, so that way we can power up our Ascended Strike by 200%. We can instantly kill any non-elite enemies instantly, giving us 10% crit per enemy, which will be good for the Anima Orbs. And of course, we'll Leap of Faith to get to the Anima Orb quicker to mitigate the amount of health that he'll gain back. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell, and just like you, ring the bell so you can get notifications. Also subscribe, leave a like, leave a comment, let me know what content you're interested in. If you want to ask for strategies, if you want to see me do certain fights, or just ask me questions, feel free to do so. So let's get this started here. As soon as this is out of my way here. Okay, mess that up, because I want to make sure that we are attacking him. So here we go. He's going to kite him here. He's teleporting. I'm going to start kiting him again. There you go. Yeah, that was a mess. I feel like using that. Okay, we're going to have to do this a third time here. Like waiting until he's... maybe doing most of our damage when he's... Okay, let's try this again. So once again, thank you so much for joining me today on the Path of Ascension. Today we will be doing Craven Corinth with Clea. We are working on the Bastion of Protection. This is part 2, so make sure to also see the Calistine fight. We're going to come over here to Craven Corinth, come down here, do this on Courage because it doesn't have to be done on a harder difficulty. No reason to stress yourself out. Come over to Clea. We'll choose her. We have to choose the Spirit Forged Aegis, so we come over here, do the Spirit Forged Aegis. And then for this fight, the boss does a lot of melee damage, so do be aware of that. We will be... the two... God. Once again, thank you so much for joining me today for part 2 of our Path of Ascension on the Bastion of Protection achievement. We'll be going up against Craven Corinth, so you come over here to your Soul Mirror. You come down here to Craven Corinth. You choose Courage. It can be done on any difficulty. Courage is the easiest, so I recommend that. Come over, choose Clea, which I've already done. You come over to your equipment, choose the Spirit Forged Aegis. And then for this fight, he does a lot of melee damage, so you're going to want to make sure to kite him around. I'll explain that in a moment. His other 2 abilities are Fan of Desolation. He will teleport here to the center of the stage, and he'll start doing lines of blood in every direction. There'll be gaps in between for the first 2 casts, so you want to make sure to get as close to him as possible. This is also a good time to do a lot of damage with your Archon's Blessing and your Ascended Strike, so do be mindful of that. The other thing is on the 3rd cast, he will cover 75% of the room. You want to get into the other 25 to be safe, or if it hits you, it's going to do a good amount of your damage. And with his melee stacked on that, you're probably not going to survive very long. His other ability is he warps behind one of the pillars, and he'll start casting, he'll summon an orb, an anima orb, and he'll start casting Consume, which absorbs it and heals him over time. So you want to make sure to get to it as quickly as possible. For this, we'll of course be hitting him with Ascended Strike. We'll be backpedaling, so that way we can mitigate some of his damage. We'll be using Leap of Faith to do that because it slows him down. And we'll be using Keen Insight, so that way any damage he does hit me with, we can retaliate and do damage back to him. Now, when we use our Archon's Blessing, that will increase my Ascended Strike by 200%. Any non-elite with Keen Insight will die, giving me 10% crit. within range, and then Leap of Faith cooldown is reset upon landing. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell. And just like you, ring the bell for notifications. Also subscribe, leave a like, leave a comment. Let me know any content that you're interested in seeing, any fights you're interested in seeing, strategies, ask me questions. I'm always glad to help. So we're first going to start off. We of course want to click him so that we're actually meleeing him too. So we're going to go ahead and then we're going to go right through him. Let's start kiting him back towards the middle here. Because we should have our Archon ability for his blood. And that's how you do it. The main thing is I would recommend using your Archon's Blessing when he goes into that phase because he can't really damage you. Because obviously he's casting it and then just staying in range. Make sure to avoid the Fan of Desolation, get that Anima Orb destroyed, and that is how you do the Bastion of Protection. There you go, Ree. That's an achievement down. Yep, Bastion of Protection is done. Let's see, as Mechanos. Thank you so much for once again joining me today for our Path of Ascension, part one of the Hoot of the Issue. For this, we have to go up against Alduin and Mjolnir on loyalty difficulty, so that means they do have greater health and greater damage. We have to do this with Mechanicos, so you come over here, you will choose him. This will mount you up like this. For this, I would recommend the Deep Echo Trident. You can choose any equipment for this. So in this, Alduin and Mjolnir, of course, start in the center. One is a melee, one is a ranged. The items that you have to watch out for are, for Alduin and Mjolnir, is he does an Anima Burst, which is small damage. I would ignore that. The other thing is he will do a Dervish that he summons at your feet, which will swirl around. It'll be a whirlwind that does damage. You want to make sure to avoid that and kind of kite away from it. The reason for that is his third ability, which is Anima Seed, which will be interrupting using our equipment, the Deep Echo Trident. If you interrupt the first one, you have to, it will stop it, but during the second one, he will cast it because it still will be on cooldown. You have to stand in that to diffuse it over time. So what that means is you just stand in it, it'll shrink down, go away, but it can be problematic and dangerous because Mjolnir is a ranged who will be shooting frontal cone arrows. She does double shot and triple shot. Double shot will send out 2 in a cone with 3 arrows in each grouping, and triple shot does 3 groupings, of course, with 3 arrows. You just step in between and avoid them. So for the damage, we'll be using overhead smash on Aldurin, so that way we can stay away from Mjolnir as far as possible, or Mjolnir. And of course, this generates energy. It'll do 3 orbs, so I'll demonstrate right here. So you smash, you see you got orbs, and then the orbs give you energy. The other thing is, it also helps you build up haste. If you hit 0 energy, you lose that. It stacks up to 198%, so 99 times. You also, your Hyperlight Beam, you want to make sure to line them up so that way both can get hit with Hyperlight. So that way it'll do damage to both of them. It's got a 50-yard range, so all you have to do is kind of just step out there, line them up, do it. Your number 3 ability is Recharge, which will heal you. It does cost 20 energy, and it does have a 30-second cooldown. And of course, your number 4 ability, what that does is if you're below 30 energy, is it will allow you to basically throw off Mechanicos, and you can run around. It will give you 2 new abilities, which one of them is a 75% or a huge increase to your speed, so you'll be able to run around quickly. The other is you get a 75% damage reduction during that time. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to start this here. We're going to ring the bell, and just like you, ring the bell for notifications, leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe. Feel free to ask comments, feel free to strategies, let me know what content you're interested in, ask questions. I'm always glad to help. So since they are already lined up, we're going to come off here to the side because we already have our Hyperlight Beam. So we're going to start this fight off right. It's a 50-yard range. This should be good. Let's go ahead and hit them both here. Here's his Anima Burst. We're going to go ahead and kite him around here. Here comes his Dervish. He'll summon it here. There's the Anima Seed. Let's not get hit. Oh man, I'm letting myself get chunked. God, lining these two up is impossible. He's going to do his Anima Seed. So we're going to have to eat this. Oh, snap. That is rough. I don't think overhead smash. I think that's just a single target. Okay. So we're going to come off to the side here, so that way we can, right off the bat, we can get them lined up here. They are lined up. Let's go ahead and slice through them here. I'm going to go ahead and kite him away from her as best we can. I'm going to get away from that. So this way, I missed that Anima Seed, so we're going to have to do the... There we go. Let's not stand there for that. Got hit by that arrow coming back to him. Let's go ahead and do this. That's an Anima Burst. Get that. Let's gather up some energy here. Here comes his anima seed. Okay, that's done. We need to get some energy here so we can hit our heal. We're going to run past here. She's going to move. Let's go ahead and heal. I'm not going to get that one. I need you to come over here, man. Come here. This is ugly. I'm not going to lie. I think... Yeah, I think now at this point... I'm going to wipe that up. We let ourselves get hit by some stuff. Let's try the vial. To give me 2 heals. And then we'll just stand in them. Thank you so much once again for joining me today on the Path of Ascension Part 1 for the Hoot of the Issue. Today we'll be taking on Alduin and Mjolnir on their loyalty difficulty. So we're going to come over here, we go to Alduin and Mjolnir, we choose loyalty. We have to do this with Mechanicos, so we come over here, we're going to choose our little owl friend here. For this, normally I would choose the Deep Echo Trident. I'm going to go ahead and use the Phial of Serenity for the heal. You already have a heal, but this allows you to have 2 heals because you're going to be taking a lot of damage because you can't mitigate it. The abilities to watch out for, so for Alduin, he does Anima Burst, which will do a spell that, of course, you can just leave alone. He'll hit you with it. The second one is a Dervish that he casts at his feet that summons a tornado that swirls around in the area. You want to not get hit by that. Number 3 is Anima Seed. Now, normally with the Deep Echo Trident, you would interrupt it, preventing it. In this case, what we're going to do is we're going to stand in it, absorbing it, so that way it goes away over time and doesn't explode. Mjolnir, of course, mostly will stay here in the center. She casts 2 abilities. One is Double Shot, which does 2 groupings of 3 arrows in a frontal cone, followed by Triple Shot, which fires 3 groupings of 3 arrows also in a frontal cone. So you want to step into the safe zones when you can. For your abilities, you'll be overhead smashing Alduin. You'll be lining them up for Hyperlight Beam when it's safe to do so. Use your recharge when you're taking damage, or you can use your Phial of Serenity. So go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell, and just like you, ring the bell as well so you can get notifications, subscribe, leave a like, leave a comment, let me know any content you're interested in, let me know any fights you're interested in, and then also feel free to ask me questions. I'm always glad to help. So for the start of this fight, since we're already got the energy, we're going to come off here to the side, and we're going to use Hyperlight Beam when they're lined up. And then from there, we're going to move around. We're going to keep Mjolnir as far away as possible, only moving in when we have to use Hyperlight. So that way we can maximize the safe zone. We're going to go ahead and start kiting here. Whoa, she's shooting through a pillar. That's not normal. She normally doesn't do that. There's the first one. I need you to come here. Get some energy up here. Let's get some energy here. We're going to go ahead and we're going to pop our file here. Get back 10%. He's doing Anima Seed, so it's going to be right there. We're absorbing it. Watch out for these tornadoes. Get out of that. We're going to kite him a little bit. Oh, snap. We stepped through the tornado. Well, it's not done yet. He's being a real butt with this Anima ability. So we're going to go ahead and let's gather some energy here. Let's not do that. We've almost got our file back, so we just have to stay alive. That's an arrow passing through the thing. I saw that too late. And then, of course, if you do get taken down, you can jump right back in there like I just did. I'm going to go ahead and hit that. Continue DPSing him here. The problem is she normally doesn't hide behind a pillar like this, so it's making it hard to fight her. Why aren't you attacking? I need the energy orbs, but the problem is they're scattered. I have no energy. Should you, like, stop casting and get over here so I can DPS you? Let's gather up some energy here since it's kind of scattered all over the place. Let's go ahead and finish this up. And there you go. That was sloppy. I'm not going to lie. File of Serenity really is the way to go on that. Just stand in the Anima Orbs. I would probably recommend, though, maybe fighting him more towards the stairs. So that way you can mitigate where these orbs are going, because they're all over the place. This is really not good. So that way you can maximize it or just play safe like I kind of did there. It was an ugly fight all around. But normally she doesn't also go up there behind a pillar like that. That was really weird positioning she did there. Okay, thank you so much for joining me for part 2 of the Hoot of the Issue, Path of Ascension. Today we will be taking on the Splinterbark Nightmare on the Trial of Loyalty with Mechanos. So you come over here, Splinterbark Nightmare, Loyalty, and then we come over here, we'll be choosing Mechanicos. So we come over here to our little owl friend, choose him. For this fight, since he is primarily melee and he does a lot of damage, for your equipment, the Ring of Warding is not going to help you because you want to be able to melee him, and it's probably not going to work in his Enrage. Lich Frost won't work in his Enrage. Deep Echo Trident's not going to work on him at all. And of course, Herald's Footpad's not going to really help you there either. I would probably recommend either Spirit Forged Aegis to eat his damage there, or File of Serenity. But we're gonna go with the Spirit Forged Aegis just to see here. So for the Splinterbark Nightmare, he has 2 phases. His first phase is he casts 3 swirlies that are gray. They hit you and they will stun you and do a large amount of damage. If you pass through them, they still damage you and stun you. The other one, he'll put down a green swirly. It's a flower. You pass through that and it stacks up to 10 times, giving you 9% reduced damage each stack for a total of 90%. He will be building up rage as as the fight goes on. He will go into his phase 2, which he enrages, and then he slams you. He only loses rage when he's slamming. So you're going to have to use your Aegis to kind of face tank him during that time, so that way you can survive, and also using your 90% damage reduction. So you want to make sure that you have that going into that phase. Of course, we have to overhead smash him. It costs 5 energy. So throughout the fight, we'll generate energy while we attack him. They come in the form of orbs. We have to collect those to get energy. Hyper Light Beam is our big attack. It does a large amount of damage. It's a 1.3 cast, so only use it when you are safe to do so, so that way you don't get stunned. And of course, we have Recharge, which is a heal, so we can use that for 20 energy. And then, of course, our equipment, which will be the Aegis. So I'm going to go ahead and ring this bell, and just like you, also make sure to ring the bell for notifications, subscribe, leave a like, leave a comment. And you can also follow me on Twitch at _dab86. Feel free to tell me what content you're interested in, what kind of fights you'd like to see, or just ask me questions. So we're going to start this off, of course, using our Hyper Light Beam. So we're going to get a little bit closer here because we're going to have to melee him eventually. So right off the bat. And then, of course, while you're attacking him, so we're going to get a flower right off the bat. And we got stunned. This is probably already a bad run. Oh my god, camera angle, you screwed me. Oh my god, can I avoid one of these? Okay, let's go ahead and head back. He's about to enrage. Let's grab another flower. Good God. He's gonna catch me here. How in God's name? He like broke my Aegis. Not unless you eject right there, so that way he has to, and you do the 75 and the 95. Thank you once again for joining me for the Path of Ascension Part 2 of our The Hoot of the Issue. So for this, we do have to fight the Splinterbark Nightmare on Loyalty difficulty. That means he does more damage and also has greater health. So for this, we're going to come over here. We're going to choose Mechanicos. We just chose the Soul Mirror and the Nightmare, Splinterbark Nightmare. For the equipment, we're going to choose the File Serenity for an extra heal. The reason I say that is here in a moment I'll explain why. So for this fight, the Splinterbark Nightmare has 2 phases. The first one, he generates rage. He'll put down 3 gray spikes that come up. If they hit you, they stun you and do a large amount of damage, so you want to avoid those as best as possible. The other thing is he also sent out a green one that turns into a flower. Grabbing this gives you a buff that decreases damage by 9%, stacking up to 10 times for a total of 90%. Once he enrages, he is uncrowd controllable, so he will come at you and he'll start slamming the ground, doing a large amount of damage. So you want to make sure to have that damage reduction. And what we're also going to do during that phase is we're also going to use our high-tech relocation, because what that will do is, if I can show you here, is it will let Mechanicos come off of him and get another damage reduction for 75%. So basically, we're going to force our little owl buddy to take all the damage. But to do so, you have to make sure that you're under 30 energy. And it, of course, slows them down. So as you can see here, once I get down below 30 here, we're almost there, we're almost there. So we'll relocate. So as soon as we're off, we'll give ourselves a little bit of distance. We'll hit our number 2, which is Resilient Plumage. So for 10 seconds, we'll take 70% reduced damage, or 75 reduced damage. So that way we get a shield to mitigate his thing. We're just going to let him slam us, and we're going to also make sure we have that 90% reduction, reducing damage by a large scale. And that's why we also want to have our file, so that way once he's done with that, we'll hop back in, we can use our equipment to heal, and of course we also have our recharge ability. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to ring the bell, and then you rinse and repeat phase 1. So I'm going to ring the bell, and just like you, leave a like, ring the bell, leave a comment, subscribe, follow me on Twitch at _Dab86. And as always, feel free to leave a comment asking me for strategies, ask me questions. I'm always glad to help. So we're going to get close here because we're melee, so we're going to have to hit him with our beam right off the bat. I'm going to close in here and start doing some damage. Here's the first flower. It's safe to grab it, so we're going to do so. Once that flower hits, it's safe to grab it. Not safe to stand there. It's safe to grab it. Let's go ahead and do our beam. It's safe to do so. Grab it. Not safe. We're going to have to get energy here in a second. I got hit. There was apparently... That is literally sitting on one that we do not want to get hit by. So he is enraging. And we're going to re-grab some of these and some of this energy. I'm going to try to get as much distance. He is slowly losing rage over time here. But we need our shield back, so we're just going to... We got 3 seconds. Alright, now we're just going to run back to our mech here. Keep slamming me. He might actually get me here. Okay, his enrage is done. Let's grab that one. Grab that one. Go ahead and use our file. I'm gonna grab that one. Not safe, not safe. We're stunned. We got hit. We're gonna let him start damaging us here. Grab some energy orbs while we're at it. We're gonna go ahead and refresh the 10. Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna head back to our thing here. I got it. Let's get through that. Ah, God. We need to be able to move. I need energy. Stuck on the lip there. Let's go grab some energy. Let's grab these flowers. This is only 14. Yeah. He's enraged. Let's go ahead and use that. Might as well do some melee damage here. Just doing a fair amount of damage though through the shield. Go. Let's go back. Let's get in our guy. We need energy. Let's grab this. Let's go ahead and do that. And now let's do some damage. And there we go. I don't know why it didn't give me that achievement. I didn't choose the wrong difficulty. Okay, so we need to sell some stuff here real quick. Hold off on that. Once again, thank you so much for joining me today on the Path of Ascension for part 2 of the Hoot of the Issue. Today we will be doing the Splinter Bark Nightmare on Loyalty difficulty. You come over here to Splinter Bark Nightmare, choose Loyalty. We come over here and we do it with Mechanicos. And then of course we come over here, we choose our equipment. We're going to go with the Phial of Serenity. None of the other ones really work well with the fight. So for this, he has 2 phases. The first one is he builds Rage with over time, and he will cast spikes on the ground. So there'll be 3 black swirlies or gray swirlies that will hit, and if they hit you, they stun you and they do damage. So you'll want to also avoid the swirly and also avoid the lasting effect that it does until they go away once he goes into his enrage. And then the other one is he'll also throw out a green swirly that is a flower that gives you a stacking buff that reduces damage by 9% per stack up to 10, so a total of 90% reduction. Once he goes into phase 2, he'll enrage. He will come to you and do large amounts of damage, and you'll want to mitigate that with your 90% reduction. And then for this, you'll be doing Overhead Smash. It costs 5 energy, so as you attack, you do want to grab the energy orbs that go around the stage, so that way you have energy. Hyper Light Beam is your big attack. It does 20 energy. You have a heal for 20 energy recharge. And of course, you have High Tech Relocation, which at 30%, below 30% energy, it allows you to throw yourself out and you become Mechanicos. And you'll get 2 abilities there. One is a speed increase, so that way you can kite if you really want to. The other thing is you get a 75% damage reduction there. So if you have to, if you lose your stacks for this, you can bail out. Or you'll get knocked out as well when he gets to low health, and then you can bail out and use that to also take some of that rage damage as well. That's why I recommend the Phial of Serenity here. So let's go ahead and we're going to get this started. So just like me, ring the bell for notifications, leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe, follow me on Twitch at _Dab86. Feel free to let me know what content you're interested in, let me know what fights you're interested in, strategies, or just ask me questions. So we're going to get this started here. Now for the orbs, I've noticed in fights that it can be kind of sporadic, so we're going to try to keep him close to an area like here, so that way we can try to keep the orbs kind of clustered. You do get a stacking buff when you do damage, and as long as you have energy, it continues to stack up to 99 times for a total of 198% haste. So there's that. So we're going to start. We got the first flower there. There's the second one, but we're going to ignore that. We're going to go ahead and we're going to grab this one. Ah, we got stunned. I hate this. It's 2 big mobs on top of each other. We need to be able to heal. Grab this, not get hit by that, which we did, so we're going to be Mechanicos here in a second. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get these flowers to mitigate any damage. Also generating raid. So he's about to enrage, so we're going to refresh our buff here. We're just going to kind of sit here and face tank it. Let's go ahead and we're going to refresh this. We're going to take that just to be safe. He's about to unenrage, so we'll go ahead and we'll take that. We're going to go ahead and we're going to jump back in. Gizmo! I can't have your little kitty paw. So let's go ahead and grab that flower. We're going to grab this flower. I'm going to go ahead and use our file. I'm going to backpedal here. Can't grab that, it's not safe. Let's go grab us some energy. Uh-oh. I have to use our number 2 here. Uh-oh. Oh, snap. Oh, that was close. I don't know why it's not picking those up. No, we're just gonna have to do what we can here. Let's go ahead and use it. Okay. Ah, God, always getting hit. Gizmo, you're making this harder than it has to be, bud. It's not giving me the achievement. That's Mechanicos. Why is it not working? Is it... Okay, Gizmo. Choose. No Gizmo, down, down. I can't do this with you up here. It's always that one's gonna hit me too. I can't click it because you're in my way, you big devil. Oh my god! And as soon as I get back in, I can't move. I can't move. He's gonna indefinitely stun me out at this point. We lost all of our stacks. See, there's definitely a glitch going on here. Let me in. I can't get in. He's so big. I don't know if I can pass through this. He's gonna hit me again. I'm gonna be stunned out indefinitely. I'm gonna lose my stacks, I think. God, I hate this. It's not giving me the achievement. It's starting to actually make me mad because I'm wasting tokens on something that's not completing. The hoot of the issue. Defeat Aldrin, Emirnir, and Splinterbark Nightmail in a trial of loyalty as Mechanicos. Come over to the mirror. Splinterbark Nightmare. Choose loyalty. So it's on loyalty difficulty. I come over to Mechanicos. Come over here. We choose. And it's not like I have to use a particular equipment. It just says on loyalty as Mechanicos. So let's try this again. Maybe it's because he's forcibly removing me from my thing, but Aldrin and Mjolnir did that too, I could have sworn. So I don't know. I gotta sworn this one's gonna hit me too. If it's a glitch from that, I'm already screwed. I might as well just fail the trial. God, this is annoying. Just kill me. I hate fighting this guy with Mechanicos because you got like two big mobs standing on top of each other, like, and it makes it really bad. No, Gizmo. No. Just let him smash me. We'll just take the loss. Because this is like really weird. I don't know why this is glitching out. Maybe if I try logging out, logging back in, you think? But this is starting to really annoy me. I've beaten him 5 times on loyalty difficulty, and I don't know why it's not giving me the achievement. Let's try this again here. Let's try this again. Let me know when I log in if an achievement pops in. Maybe I should try turning off all add-ons too. Because it's not like the fight's hard, I just don't understand why it's not giving me the... No. God, I hate lag. Oh, there's a comment here on it, so let's see what this comment says. If it'll ever load in. Yeah, there's people reporting it as bugged, and that was as of yesterday. So what I'll do is I'll use the footage still, and I'll just let them know that the achievement is bugged. So I'll still use the footage. So I'll choose my best looking fight, even though I got hit by all kinds of stuff. Like it was bad. The good thing is, like as Mechanicos, you get hit right, and like it disables your mech, but it just tosses you off, and you can run around as Mechanicos until your mech's basically ready to go again. But yeah, well at least I know that I only wasted like 5 tokens there. Whatever. Yeah, I mean it's not like they're hard to do. All you have to do is go kill some rare spawns and stuff like that, and Bastion you'll get all that. So and you get them in your Bastion quest callings. So oh, weird cloud thingy. That sounds questionable at best. I don't know if you should run anymore with Nook. That sounds questionable. I will admit though, from my Cleo Weekly, I just got 4 Eternal Crystals, so I'll take that. I need an auction house. You said bubble, but I so totally misheard that. And I was like, where do they have to go re and why? You know what? Let's not be inefficient here. So I guess I'll wait until they. Well, I guess I could still show the footage. I just can't show that I got the achievement. You should have been with me and Rhea in the one. But then what happens? Go ahead, Rhea. Oh man, that's kind of cheesy that I had that achievement and the game's refusing to give it to me. But good thing is I'll put in the title achievement is bugged for part two, so that way people know because there's not probably not there might not be a YouTube video out on it yet. Yeah, so that way people don't go wasting. There, and I turned off backpedaling again. But that kind of like ruffles my gears. I could probably put in a ticket, but I doubt they'd give me back my medallions. I'll just wait like a few weeks or whatnot and try again. Because I've got the footage on how to beat him. That's all that really matters, right? Actually, let's go check our inbox here real quick. Oh, what is this guy's weapon? Man, I want this weapon. The Dead Wind Harvester. Have you seen that? Do you have the Dead Wind Harvester? Yeah, that thing's sick looking. I feel like that would almost go well. I mean, God, I wonder if there's like a. Let's see if I can link this to you here. How do I have to use my appearances? Is polearm. Really? That is a sick ass weapon. Why do they get something like that? Frickin' Blizzard. Yeah. I just tickled Happy outside the auction house. Then he goes offline. I see how it is. Sell my 19 shards here. Sell my 36 soul dust. Now, where are those shards at? There they are. Ah, so much gold. Okay. I gotta do reset all these auctions. I got ones that are in my box that I've just been dinking around with. Hey, here's all those fish that I wasn't sure if I had looted. Send that off. I think I've been sending it to this character? I don't know. Hmm. What? My favorite scary games? Well, I like Fear. Fear's a good game. Let's go create some auctions. First time seeing that one? I guess it might be time to just start vendor trashing all my baked portados. Well, that sounds really dirty. Miraz. God, I hate every time I hear that. I'm like, that is not how that should sound at all. I feel like that was like, what was it? Me and Ree did one last week where we were done with like the first four floors in like 30 minutes because there's no mobs. We had no abilities. It was so bad. Yeah, because we ended up with that first floor that had all those mobs. Like it had a ton of mobs. We'll do 3,000. Screw it. What up, buddy? Just created probably 3 more guide videos. Well, 4 more technically. Um, the achievement's glitched, so it won't give me the achievement. But I'm still gonna post the footage because I still won the fight. And I'll just put in the title that achievement that this is glitched, so anyone that's going into it, they'll have the footage, but they'll know don't waste your tokens, kind of a moment. Because I wasted like 5 tokens trying to get the achievement. I beat every round, but because of it, I was like, why won't it give me the achievement? But I read on Wowhead it's glitched. And then I'm gonna go on there and post my videos. He's getting a big head now with that Boomkin DPS. He's gonna be like how Elky used to be back in the day in raid groups or whatnot, where he'd just run through the dungeon pulling a bunch of shit, and then he'd run past you laughing his ass off. And next thing you know, you'd see the entire raid instance like chasing him, and you're like, I'm dead. Like he used to find that shit so funny. It's a huge nuisance. I don't remember doing that. Who did I do it to? Oh yeah, I did. I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I still can't believe I got reported for that. I even told him, I was like, I don't know what happened. I was like, I outright said it. I was like, I don't know what just happened. And he's like, I'm reporting you. You're clearly a hacker. And then I've got like a WoW person like messaging me like, so tell me your side of the story. And I'm like, okay. I was like, there I was in Nax with my buddies. And then all of a sudden my DPS fell out of my pants. I was like, don't blame me. Don't hate the player, hate the game. You drowned him, you savage. You used to do that stuff in the Twilight Dungeon or whatnot with the edges, trying to get people to walk off when you pulled them. I remember that crap. You used to like constantly do it. Yep. He thought that shit was hilarious. To this day, he still thinks it's funny, and he still does it. That's like Mac one time. I was helping him out in Dragon Blight or whatever, and he's got me on follow. And I see a cliff, and since I could fly, I walk right off the cliff, and his character followed me off the cliff and fell to his. He almost died. He actually survived because he was in cat form. And he's like, I come back to that, Dab. He's like, really? He's like, really? I can't leave you unsupervised for a few minutes. I was like, how about them BRD runs then? By doing a slash point. It didn't like that too much. It did not like that. I just remember it pissed Bab off. I fell asleep in the middle of a raid boss. That pissed Bab off too. I was so tired. And the fact that it was taking so long to do pulls and get the boss redone and all that, I was just tired. And I ended up, like, he pulled, and, like, I'm literally like, and then it wiped, and he's like, Dab, why didn't you do it? Why didn't you taunt? It's not too bad. I know, right? Big deeps. Are there achievements in there that I can do right now? So who wants to do some RBGs? He asked earlier, uh, but I was doing my video guide, so I couldn't really do anything. I was saying that one accidental dispel blows someone up, so well, that's like Happy getting stuck at gold mine the other day. Well, that was like Happy getting stuck at gold mine. That was a bad call there. Happy needs to be out damaging. That's why I don't mind guarding the stables. I know warriors aren't like this omnipotent like force all the time, like I can be, but I'd probably be best suited for stables than like a GM or a blacksmith fight. Well, there's one medallion of service back. They're pitching. How do you feel about that, Nook? So what you're saying is he's like whenever I feel like eating chocolate pudding because I like chocolate pudding, but everyone else is butterscotch. When I get that off chance, and I was like, you know what? I feel like having some butterscotch pudding. You'd rather be butterscotch? Is that what you just said? I have to be. I have to want it. Like I don't mind butterscotch, but I have to want it. I know, right? It's not bad. I mean, once you're having it, it's like, oh yeah. Okay, so for Nook, the flavor of the month is chocolate, and butterscotch is the norm. You can't really do. Might as well mine the selenium while they get me progress. Get my calling done for the day. I don't think there's any other quests up that I really need. Yeah, I'm sorry, Core. If like I know I said I'd be back earlier. I fell asleep, man. I was in a good sleep. Like it was deep. Yeah, today's New Year's. I know he said Happy New Year to me when I joined the I think it's actually tomorrow, but every day now is rated BG day. Oh, they're running RDGs for every day for the rest of the time. I'm just there to be carried. I'm not gonna lie. Not convoking, just heal. Because then it's like a healer that's not a healer but is a healer. Like they were, yeah, and their off heals help out a lot too. Because that was the problem we had the other day at It's a huge, yeah, it's a huge spike. Well, what helps too. I mean, if you don't have convoke and you're off healing, the reason for that is because your heals are actually really strong. We had a problem killing three boomkins the other day because of that, because they were just sitting there circle healing each other until convoke was up. That was at blacksmith. We couldn't wipe them because of their three boomkins. Like ass happy, it was a nightmare. I reflected a greater pyroblast the other day and killed a mage in arenas. That was funny as hell. I think you have to go into it looking to have fun though. You can't take it too seriously right now. Oh. Well, I would think that they deal with the healing problem before they worry about the damage problem. Hey man, I just have this to say to you, Ree. Don't you ever raise your voice again at me when you voice your opinion. I did what? Could you imagine Ree in a disagreement with somebody? Like, I feel that'd be like the most laid back argument ever. Yeah. Yeah, I'm at 197. Yeah, higher stats. Speaking of which, am I done looking for raid this week? What? Right. Yeah, I don't think I have. I think we already got that. So what's up, Toby? Meow, meow, meow. I haven't even been able to step foot in a mythic. I think no, we did. Me, we did that three. Like take Nook. Yeah, be careful. You're scaring him. Num 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 num. There you go, buddy. Oof. Spell reflect that shit right back at you. Okay, I need Sabriel, the Bone Cleaver. This is the wrong dude, but I'm still gonna do it. He's not coming back. That's a lie. He's gonna pull a Reeve where he says, "Hey, like be back in like 10 minutes," and not come back for a day. Where's he at? So it is like his time, six my time, six of your time. Oh, okay, so I got an hour. I should probably get my Ma stuff done. I still think it's funny that I soloed that warrior up there at Lumber Mill and he got farm and we went from like losing to a 5 cap. I know, right? At least I don't have to strategize. Well, as long as we don't entrust Maidforge to like doing anything since he has no conduits. I just can't. Who runs without like that? That'd be like having no Azerite powers. Because it'd be like having no Azerite powers in like the last expansion. Like I just don't understand the concept. Very good reasoning in his opinion. Well, when he's complaining that it's hard, I mean, like, well, maybe go do your conduits. Yeah, pretty much. So you should have. Like, I don't even think he's doing the renown. Just doing your callings every day gives you like conduits, dailies. They drop from like everything. You can get them from dailies. You can get them from dungeons. You can get them from like looking for raid. Oh, Re. If you need Theater of Pain, Tior, he's up today or this week. Yeah, okay. It has to be summoned by. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Just checking. I always want to help a buddy out, even if I am competing with achievements. So, shut up. So, as a question, Re, you and Happy or Nightfade, do you guys have anything like the Path of Ascension? Like, what's your guys' special thing? does it do anything? Like, is it like a is there anything like strategy to it, or is it just like just random planting stuff?
I don't know. Sort of rigid with that certain type of stuff based on stupidest one.
And I know the Necrolord is you like make like a little dude or whatnot, isn't it? For the Necrolords, theirs is the. Thank God, man. Thank you, Blizzard, for handing me 10K like views. We should break that tonight, Core. 10,000 views. Anyone need to do their Maw quest? I'm about to head to the Maw. Well, you can go to Bastion and have to worry about your achievements not giving you achievements, or you can be like me, have an achievement that's not even unlocked yet, but you know, because their shit's bugged. Anybody from Maw dailies? Anybody? Maw dailies? You know, if you do it daily, you get the 100. So you do the three, you get about what 330 from that for being a human because I think they're all 110s. And then you kill some of the rare spawns around. So I mean, you can get like 5 to like 700 rep a day because they give like 1,000. Jam cordial too. It'll, I gotta look where I'm at actually. I'm at about 10,000. So I mean, so I'm at 9,904. We'll see where I finish out. And you said to do the one thing's a weekly, the hunt. It's guaranteed delivery today. You like need a group for that.
Another.
Well, Convoke is really only a one shot. Like, I mean, it's lethal, but I mean, it's only really strong in small groups. I mean, if you were like running into a 10 man, spreading it across 10 people, like minimize it. But when it's all hitting one person,
Yeah, they should make 60%. If it should, should do it full.
yeah. But see, then it's bad versus bosses for that.
Should win. So like stop. I'm stop. I mean that killing quick. Especially you guys.
Or I mean, do it where every time it hits the target or whatnot, they get a stacking debuff that increases its damage. So that way, let's say if you're using it on a group of 5 people, it hits person one 3 times, it increases the damage they took by 30%. Where if they only hit person five 1 time, so that way, No, no, no. That was pretty much my thought, doing it that way. So that way, if it does manage to hit all of one person by the X spell, it's increased its damage to its full potential, rather than opening it up at full potential, kind of a thing. And then that way across the group, it's not as bad.
Take that. If you don't have a flip spell,
Yeah.
it's right. Stun him.
You can stun, fear.
Stun.
That's why I wish my reflex still worked the way it did, where it reflects everything in that duration. Because that'd be hilarious to like reflect a whole convoke. I would actually think that'd actually be really funny. Like just
I
see
think
convoke, spell reflect.
single 100. Still top single target. They're
That's why I think stacking something where it increases the more it hits the target, I think would be the most viable. I mean, either method, but I do agree that it shouldn't start outright just like max damage.
like we could second kick it or yeah. And by the time that's too much.
Well, it's what, 16 spells in 4 seconds. So every second they cast what, 4 spells? I can't get off of that. Okay, so that's done. Uh, this is the Shackles quest. I hate the quest that's in Perdition Hold today. I really do. Why would you put a quest that literally requires you to walk through like 5 elites, like to get to it? Like, why in God's name is that a thing? Like, it's like such an ass decision to do. Like, it makes it so dangerous to like even get to the quest. And then they don't even make it where it like auto assigns as like a group quest. Like, so you have to find a group or whatever. It's like, let's be an asshole and, make this hard as it can be. Let's see if I can get Crixia. I think she's still up. I don't think anyone killed her. One of the rare spawns. I'm not seeing her. So maybe someone did kill her. No, she just... No. I know she flies around too, doesn't she? Yeah, there she is. Maybe these hordes will come fight her. Maybe if I pull her, someone will join in. Yep, it worked exactly how I wanted to. I just kited her where a bunch of other players were, and they eventually were like, "Oh man, let's kill that thing." Now I need to find. Actually, I think there's a teleporter right over here, so I can probably take that back over. Get a little bit of bonus rep here and there, you know. Because there's like certain ones that I know I can solo, so I normally kill them every day because I know I can solo them. But there's a whole bunch that I cannot solo because like stuns and shit do not work on them. What was that? No, that was the one that was like this one. I don't think we've ever. No, I think we have looked at him before. Yeah. So we're just gonna go ahead and we're just gonna. How many more charges did that have? One. I think this will take it away. Okay. I think we need to buy a new one. Uh, where's the thing I just bought? There it is. I guess go kill Soulsmith Yomasta. I think it's Yomata. Yomater? Something like that. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. I know I can kill him and I know he's always up. I hate fighting the fiery Stygia though, the burning Stygia. That thing, because he does burning damage within melee range. I hate fighting him just for that. I only made it up to tier 2 so far. Let's run up here, down to Perdition hold. Oh, good. The mount thing's up. So you said that it's a weekly thing for like the hunt. So you guys did the Shadehound hunt, right? Or was there a different thing? But you guys said your guys' thing was like just floating around. Like, how do you know that you've done it? Like, and it's the thing with the skull on it, right? Oh, I guess we'll go down to it, see if anyone's doing it. You can probably find a looking for group, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, because the phasing. Yeah. I ran into that doing the Colossus Power Core the other day. Was I joined the group and like none of us could see each other. We were all in different phases. None of us were in the same one. So what do I type in? Do I just type in the hunt or? I'm not seeing anything like that. Nope, nothing there. Try custom. Nothing there either. What's the quest in Perdition hold? Delivery. Meow. 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 Don't do it, Toby. Meow. John, come get Toby. Okay, I at least got this. It's funny, like, go ahead. I was gonna say it's funny. Borgath is always up, and I've only seen him get killed like twice. God, I wish at Cordial there was, or like at Max like thing, there was a thing we could buy from her so we could mount in the maw. This is like a super pain in the ass.
230. It's worth it. Stats.
Oh yeah, this must be what you're talking about. And I'm down. People running in. And there's too much shit going on here. I'm gonna have to release and run back. People running in there and getting feared and pulling other shit. The hell kind of debuff is this? This is a gnarly bleed effect. Like 20 seconds of bleed. go along. Well, I killed Acros. Maximizing that experience. I haven't killed Euro the Skittish before, so let's go take care of that. As long as he doesn't have like an insane health pool or anything. He's only got 70k ish. Shit. He's a caster though. Maybe if I do a looking for group Shadehound, maybe if I type that in. That's gonna hurt. Ah, we're phased. Oh shit. Shit. She really did. Huh. I gotta go to the bathroom. shot, John. You had my broadside. You shot me.
Yeah, that's got. Yeah, excellent. Not so sweet. It's got a 7. Oh, seriously? Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's. I sent it to you. I did. Got right now going to 70. Oh, fuck. 69. No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm great. I want to fucking put it on. Right? It's very big.
Unless your tank does something stupid like park the goddamn mob on top of the dam. Well, maybe I can get mine done too before we start this here. You know what? We'll hold off because the queue time's 7 minutes by the time I get in there. We'll just do it tomorrow or later. I don't want to have to deal with idiots and have to be their tank. Yeah, but then that means there's one bad DPS in there that I could have taken their spot. And then they'd have a bad tank instead and a good DPS. I still can't. That Demon Hunter last week, just parking him right on top of the shade. That blew my mind. Like, it made the fight substantially harder. Not as a good tank, he's just queuing as a tank. I haven't done my theater today yet either. I should go get my 550 rep. Not me. No, not not for looking for raid. If I had time, yeah. I guess we'll go to Ardenweld and knock out the theater quick. Gizmo! What is up with you? Why do you keep coming and visiting me at my desk? Here, come over here and lay down. Here. Yeah, if you want to. I don't know if it's up or not. Hopefully it's the one I need. It's probably not. There we go. That's a team player, Ree. I appreciate that. You're a real go-getter. You're a fine old guy. You're one of the boys. Gee golly willikers, man. I went down to do Gorge Shadehound, and while I was waiting to find a group, I got abducted like 3 times, and it made me a 5-star level, so I had to get out of there. Okay. Oh, it's a Shara? Who do I need still, actually? Kill Jaden. I need Kill Jaden. At some point, I need to convince, like, 2 other people to come dance with me in the mushroom circle. Get Rocky. Then I gotta convince people to do Nightmare. Might even be able to find a group for him right now, maybe, after I do this. Into the theater right now, Ree. Oh, I'll spawn another one. When rare spawns are like, oh, I'll just spawn one right after it dies. Well, I guess I can't say anything. Torghast. That was someone else's. Well, if you ever need the one in Bastion, I'm literally entering the theater right now. Oh, man, that brings back some memories. Oh, Karazhan. Ugh.
Maybe, maybe. I don't know. People. Time to get the caps off.
Is that? I guess let's see if there's a group for Nightmare up.
This game was set. Making sense.
I do it as Gloomhoof. Well, no groups for that up.
That was my main.
Yeah, I remember. I remember that.
Yeah, but it's simpler. Just do two Starfire. Yeah, they just make shit. Astral Ball. It's hard. It's made it shitty.
I'm sensing some butterscotch. Hi, widows. Hey, you're not so widows anymore, are you? I guess I'll go do this fishing daily. Actually, you know what? There's pet battle daily over here.
Can have two fire gunfire.
I don't remember what he has. Are they all flying?
Keep one of them. Keep the not spread. I guess yeah, there's like too many buttons. There's not. Right? It's kind of replaces. I don't know. I guess it replaces insect swarm. Insect swarm. But now, insect swarm.
First one.
Insect swarm. Insect force.
Yeah, this is some next level discussion now. Beyond the meta.
Two Starfire. Insect swarm.
We'll probably do mothballs.
Good. Star surges. Having two dots. I can't make it too. And still switching. P. PvE. Excuse. Out of stuff. So you're good. Once in a while.
I'm gonna do a hard pass. Let him waste his abilities. He'll probably get me a peck here.
And all kind of one.
He's gonna do toxic fumes. Let's go for the kill. What's he got?
Cast.
Oh no, man! I think this is gonna come down to RNG. Oh my god, they didn't kill him and now he's gonna do that again. And this could do big damage. Bad thing is now Toxic Fume Boy comes in. I gotta be able to get this off. He's gonna Contagion Strike me. It's okay. This is speed, 332. No matter what, he's faster. Probably going to do that. I think this will kill him. He,
Yeah, yeah. Sorry. Some she invites Choco. She whisper that class. Sucks to suck. I'm just hoping 60.
is he sending out invites? I think she's on dead. Pet family. Uncheck all.
She wants to play with. No, I don't understand. It's hard. It's there right now. So um, it's not hard. That's rap. That's rap. Not every. Tell somebody. Plus, there's two of them. Two. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Everyone press star. And then they have the too. Yeah. Good luck, guys. Change that.
Yeah, no, same. He normally whispers me or invites me. I don't see anything. What?
That thing.
Air Ballin? Ed Balian? Dingle, 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 dingle? Yeah.
Suggestion. What I mean. I could. Major food. See?
The Stampede doesn't.
No, you have just like arena. You have radiant. Reason I was having you rested on. Not no mystery.
I'm gonna rate. Anyway.
Just trying to full team and turn up. Too much around. It's tedious and shitty. So, no.
You can run Mythic Plus,
One.
period.
Four, I guess. But trying to. Hey. Take one piece. Highest top. 10 or low. Touch my key. See some shitty keys. Or card. 10 or low. situation or something. Happens. Spawn. Even the speed run spawn. So stupid. Swamp Circle. The there's that stuff here. The one that spawns sets all your that shit is over. Big damn.
For yeah, because me and Reed did a bunch of twos the other day. I was able to buy my weapon.
Sure.
Well, shit, when you got rated BGs every day, it's not hard. I mean, it's really easy to count.
Next week,
Uh, Boomkin as well. I mean, what really is an undergeared Boomkin? For them not to do damage, they'd have to be like in the nude. He got upset. That's so fraud. I mean, it's easily looked up to. Yeah, he's probably faking it. Yeah. That's funny. Cool. It's as easy as linking an achievement.
I don't understand the people that get upset.
I know, that's why my guild still uses Ventrilo.
So that power only has master. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna get this.
All because of no Discord? God damn. Like, it achieves the same goal. Like, what the hell?
Listen, Discord. Game chat. Especially with no, you know, like no idea, like who's actually talking. Whoever like gets in the way sometimes, especially when you get big groups.
And I don't like how you assumed that none of us were girls in here. How dare you? I'm offended. Is it because none of us tee-heed right off the bat? That's how you knew none of us were girls?
Yeah.
I feel sorry for that. Anyone that meets that mage at the bar, he probably lies about penis size too. He's like, "Don't worry, baby. When you get home, you'll get to see this big old 8 incher." Gets home, it's 3 inches.
Uranus, can you hear us? Yeah, so if Uranus, you go back to, can you hear me? Cool. So yeah, so if you go back to that chat window, click the settings, and then down by the settings, get the font at the bottom.
I was promised a minimum of one female when I joined this group. I'm very upset.
I,
So one of the boomkins, you're gonna have to pretend. Happy you want me to take Lighthouse? Sure. Lighthouse. Nice. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, Ree's coming to me. Yeah, I'm good. There's a shaman in between us though. He's taking on Ree, so Ree can't support me yet. Yeah, I got people coming. I got people coming. Here's the warrior. How did I not get that goddamn res? I just resed. I can head up there to back up waterworks real quick. He's dead. I'm gonna fall back. I'm actually curious what they have at mines right now. Druid's down. Okay. Yep. I might have people come. No, it's that shaman. I'm gonna blow him up.
She's very squishy. CC more. Scattered.
close.
It's pretty stupid. You know, he's the rest of the go in there. Your mom. You're slow walking.
How'd they assault the lighthouse? Toby. Oh, my feet are falling asleep.
It's like, as soon as they
In worst case, I can roll prot and I can take it. Arms, disc, affliction. Two arms warriors. A lot of PvE gear also has a lot of verse too. God damn! Pulled us into a Devil Blade Storm. Well, those two warriors in that DK set it up perfectly. Nice, I got hit with an 11k execute. He's in their flag room. We got their flag carrier. We killed his ass.
There we go. Coming up on the side.
They handed it off. He was almost dead too. Whoa, what the hell was that? It was teleporting warriors. Yeah, I can't like even like target him. Is that normal? Like what the hell?
Stunning ways. Damn. This way. Switch. This guy. See.
Yeah, they swapped.
Healers.
I just got taken out.
This game was just
Yeah, because they were just jumping all over the place on my screen.
at once.
And it was Thug Life, I think, from Kill Jaden.
No, that warrior.
Yeah, because the DK pulled us all in and they both went into Blade Storm. It was just a ton of damage. And we couldn't escape it because of their Bastion ability. Yeah, yeah, it's out from the end. And that's on the east side.
Yeah, if you're an enemy. I just want to. Yes. Yep. after I, you know, that is this so my yeah, they don't want to fight.
And they got two stragglers.
You can do it. You can, just kill anybody. You know, oh, my god. Age. You guys are running.
Right.
Fly carrier. Get ready to impact.
He's getting healed now.
Healing. Defense. Shit, running. He's on the roof. You guys got a cap. Graveyard.
Like, why could I not get out of combat? What is was not usable in rated matches? Or...
Stand up. Just it. He's after graveyard. Slow. Somebody you ready to go? Healer. Getting off kills from the defense. Anything else? Healer's not. Slow, man. This guy. He died. He died. He died.
Ah! Dab's a hero!
Want to mop him? Go.
How many of them are alive? All of them? Good amount of them? Their healer's down. Got it. Dad with the flag capping. What? What's up? What's up? Not really, but what's up? Their guy's about. He swapped. They swapped. The Warriors got it now. Probably. Yeah. Well, right now they outnumber us. Fuck. It's just that Warlock. It's the Warlock. I'm losing easy one-on-ones. We had to wipe them up. They were already across the map. Wow, they got that. Really? Oh my god, and this goddamn boomkin again.
Just what was that?
I'm gonna die. I keep getting stuck in fights with no one there.
Across the entire witness. Pick up, on it. Game. Stealthy. Game. See Shane. Top.
Haha, take that, idiot.
He just me down.
Thanks, Reed.
match.
Yeah,
What are we getting at Fred's? Where's your mom? Where's your mom? Oh, okay. All right, thank you so much for everyone coming and watching the stream today. I'll get those videos edited and online on YouTube tonight. Have a good night. Stay safe. Happy New Year.